We're just waiting on Valerie.
We're here for a little while longer anyway, for sure.
We're going to bring this regular city council meeting to order. Today is Thursday, July 30th, 2026, and it is 5:35 p.m. At this time, Councilman Arona is going to lead us in an invocation, and Councilwoman Trujillo will do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we come before you asking you to give us the strength, the courage, the understanding, and the understanding that we may not accept all things from each other today while we sit in this table. Just give us the strength to do what is right for our city and for the citizens of Pecos. Again, give us the strength, O Lord, to unite in the common cause for our town. Just ask in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For the record, in attendance, we have Councilman Graham, Councilman Arona, and Councilwoman Trujillo, and Councilman Carrasco is with us via Teams. At this time, we will have public comments. This is a time for residents to share with the council any comments, concerns, or complaints that they may have. Each speaker is asked to limit their time to 3 minutes. Please come to the podium and state your name for record-keeping purposes. Your comments should be directed to the city council as a whole and should be related to city business. We ask that everyone remain civil and avoid profanities, threats, or personal attacks on individuals. If comments become disruptive, stray from city business, or violate these rules of decorum, I may pause or end the speaker's time so that we can continue with the meeting. The public comment period is reserved for members of the public. Council members cannot speak during public comment as public speakers, respond to comments made, or get into discussions on any public comment. Such discussions require an agenda item. And since we have the audio going, the video going today, we do not have timers, so I ask somebody to help me keep time, please. Okay. Public speakers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kenneth Winkles. I will address 3 items on your agenda tonight. And for the record, I am the former Executive Director of the Pecos Economic Development that served for a little over 7.5 years. On your agenda tonight, item F2, there is precedent regarding this item. I would like to correct a statement that was made by a good friend of mine at your last city council meeting. In 2017, former city manager Seth Sorensen was successful in getting the city to approve ordinance 171101. The reason he did that is because the original bylaws from 2007 never addressed the responsibility of the executive director, which 1711 gave the council the authority over the PEDC director, and I believe that you have the same option tonight, and I think that should be done. Item F3, I'm going to defend the EDC. As former director, I do not believe the council has the ability to direct the PEDC to cancel any contract. This one in particular. You may be able to highly suggest to the board, but you do not have the legal standing authority to direct them to cancel it. I would defer a final decision to your city attorney. Item F4. On this one, I would highly recommend that you consider in your final motion, if passed, utilizing specific language that directly ties to your city charter 2.12. The council shall have the power to inquire into the conduct of any office, department, agency, officer, board, and commission of the city. Not only does this cover your forensic audit that F4 is on, but it gives you broad sweeping ability to investigate the actions of the EDC, its director, and its board members. It would be my recommendation that you do not pass on the opportunity to specifically reference section 2.12. I want to thank you for your service to Pecos, as I do each time. Each one of you volunteer your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight.
Mayor Winkles, Council, thank you for your time. I'm Gail Box. I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm here to support Charles Leno. Kim did a very good job supporting him at one of the last meetings, talked about his time as being the director on the Pecos Economic Development, that he was one of the best city managers we've had. And I know Grace brought it up and showed all the different city managers we have, and we need stability. We need to keep Charles. I'm also here to defend Jimmy Dutchover and our Pecos Economic Development Corporation. I know Mayor Winkles was at our meeting on Monday. We had Dope Painter with Painter and Associates. He did our audit. We've been audited every year for 15 years. And I looked on the Pecos, your website looks like 2019 was your last audit. Time to get audited. So anyway, Dope did this 15-year look back and showed our net positions, our sales tax and use, what crude oil was and how we've done, the total revenues, the total expenses, our land held, and he also talked about the hidden heroes. All those records have been turned over to the paper. And speaking of hidden heroes, we had phase 1. We lost the federal funds of $10 million. We have phase 2. We're waiting on the police department, y'all to decide where we're going to put the police department. Now we have phase 3, and we have people coming in with all these new jobs. Where are they going to live? They have no homes. And we're sitting on this and saying, oh, let's just stop it. They've got pipes in the ground. They've been working on it, but we're just going to throw that money away, forget it. We need homes, and we need to act now. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I'd like to introduce our communications. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself first, right? Edward De Leon, the Director of Communications and Public Affairs. I'd like to introduce our intern, our Communications and Public Affairs intern, Amaya Dominguez. You know, it's a bittersweet moment just because we're really going to miss her. She helped us out a lot. She was tremendous, a great addition to the team. And so we can't wait to see what she does in the future. And here's Maya.
Good evening, Council. My name is Amaya Dominguez, as my supervisor just introduced. And I had the opportunity to intern with the Communications and Public Affairs Department this summer. When I first started this internship, I was hoping to learn more about how the department operates behind the scenes and gain real-world experience that I couldn't get back in the classroom when I was still in school. Looking back, I can honestly say I learned so much more than I expected to. Throughout my internship, I developed a better understanding of the importance of teamwork, communication, and being adaptable. I also learned how much work goes into serving this community every single day, and that's something I'll definitely carry with me wherever I go next. This experience helped me grow both professionally and personally, and it gave me a greater appreciation for the work that happens within the city that most people don't see. As for me, I recently graduated high school. This fall, I will be attending the University of North Texas in Denton, where I will be majoring in music with the goal of hopefully becoming a singer-songwriter. Finally, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to my supervisors, Edward and Clarissa, as well as everyone at the town of Pecos City for investing their time in me throughout this internship. Thank you for your guidance, support, and for making this an unforgettable learning experience filled with so many memories. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Good luck in school.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Deandra Anchondo, Assistant Finance Director. I would like to introduce Valeria Ramirez. She has been our intern for the Finance Department this summer. And Valeria has been a tremendous help, and we truly appreciate all her hard work. Tomorrow will actually be her last day. She will be leaving us for college, so we wish her the best of luck.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Valeria Ramirez, and I am an intern with the Finance Department. This May, I graduated from Pecos High School and Odessa College with my associate's degree, and in a couple weeks, I'll be a freshman at UT Arlington, majoring in Human Resource Management. I joined this internship because I wanted to get a good grasp of what it would be like to work in a real office setting. And while I've been here, I've been scanning and filing paperwork as well as helping with end-of-day deposits. These tasks have taught me the importance of organization and efficient communication. And after this internship, I hope to take everything that I've learned and apply it to my studies. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Good luck.
Come back, human resources.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Andres Garcia. I'm the fleet supervisor. These are my two interns, Arion and Abel. I've had the pleasure to intern them throughout the summer and hope that they take something with them from the shop. I'll let them speak.
Hi, my name is Abel Lopez, and I'm an intern with the Fleet Department. I am a graduated student, and I'm currently applying for oil rig companies like Patterson. I joined this internship because I wanted to work in the shop again. I'd worked it the previous year. I enjoyed it. It made me feel at home. One thing, or a few things I've learned or observed so far was the oil changes, tire repairs, filter changes, radiators, fuel pumps, battery changes, and tire sensors. One thing I've learned from this experience is I learned a lot more with my boss, Andy, than I have at the school. After this internship, I hope to stay productive. Thank you, Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Arion Rodriguez. I am an intern with the Fleet Department. I am a high school student at PHS, and I'm in the 11th grade. My plans after high school is to attend a trade school for mechanical training. I would like to work for a Ford Motor Company. I joined this internship because so I could get hands-on experience of the field. I would like to study, to get some insight into what the field looks like on a day-to-day basis. One thing I've done, worked on, or observed so far is I've been able to replace many things to include radiators on a Chevrolet Silverado, replace tires and fix flats, learn how to do oil changes and air filters, replace some emission systems to include catalytic converters, learn to use diagnostic software to help aid in efficiently replacing parts out of spec. One thing I've learned from this experience is how to replace different parts on vehicles, what it's like to work in shop with equipment to make my job much more efficient. After this internship, I hope to play football and baseball for the high school and enjoy my remaining time in high school before committing to my goals afterwards. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council.
Good evening, Council. David Ramirez, Facilities Maintenance Supervisor. I got the final intern right here, Jeremiah Morales. He's such a great blessing to have with us. You're gonna miss him when he goes. And here he goes, he's gonna have to say what you gotta say, Rick Down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremiah Morales. I am an intern with the Facilities Department. I am a high school student at Pecos High School, grade level 11. Plans after high school is to go to college. I joined this internship because I wanted to work for the first time and learn new things. One thing I've worked on so far is plumbing. One thing I've learned from this experience is how to weld. After this internship, I hope to apply what I've learned into future jobs. Thank you, Council.
All right, have a blessed day. Blessed evening.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, we will close public comments at this time and go to item E, our consent agenda. This is E1, approve the minutes of the July 9th, 2026 regular city council meeting. E2, review the police department, animal control, and emergency services district call report for June 2026. E3, review the expenditure report, and E4, review the financial statement.
we, I don't see any, how are you doing on the commercial enforcement officer team training? Have they already hit the boots on the ground running and not shooting any citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Commercial vehicle,
Repeat your question, please. She didn't hear you.
Chief, how are we on the commercial vehicle enforcement team that you've assembled? Is it live and running yet?
It is not alive and running yet, just because instead of gaining officers, we're losing them. We're 5 short. And so we've not been able to officially get that person up and going just yet. We do have the permission or the grant from, or I say the granted access from DPS and the Federal Highway Administration to get the program up and going. It's just filling the position has become the issue.
Is on your traffic stops here, Chief, where the engine ordinance, also known as the jailbreak ordinance, where are those citations? Where do they fall on this report? I don't see them.
So when we do the citation report, you're just gonna see the amount. You're not gonna see the actual violation. If you want it more specific, we can start doing that. But it'll just show you the citations written, not specifically like how many for whatever the traffic violation is.
Are we enforcing the jailbreak ordinance?
We do. We have officers that have been kind of working the area closer to where the United Starbucks is, which is where you had mentioned you had heard it quite often. In a 4-hour period, they had 1 stop there, or 1 violation that they call it.
Okay, so the ordinance is in effect, because I haven't seen any of the signs in the community.
The ordinance is in effect. The signage, I'm not sure if those have been ordered by the streets. I know before the last roads person left, she had ordered those, or she was in the process of ordering those signs.
Is Mr. Lino in the audience?
Yes, sir.
Where are we? So the ordinance has been adopted, correct?
It has, yes, sir.
Okay, so where are we at on the signs?
I think we've ordered signs for in-town, Hector. Part of the issue that we run into is we have to get permission from TxDOT for the signs out there. They have been ordered through TxDOT, but we have not received them yet.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we already have this ordinance in effect and that the signs are put up, because we passed with the help of the council this last year. So I want to double check.
Yes, sir, and I will reach out to TxDOT and be able to give you all an update, possibly by next week.
Okay.
I've got a question on the financials.
Yes, sir.
What fund is this?
It's 4 different funds, and you have general fund. Fund 10 is general fund. And it's going to be the assets and liabilities. You'll have the balance sheet first, and it's a detailed balance sheet, and then you will have the detailed income statement. So the first 8, 9, 10 pages will be general fund. Anything that starts with a 10 is general fund. The next set of water statements will be water and sewer, which are our major funds, which is Fund 20. And you'll have the same thing, a balance sheet and an income statement on that. The third fund that we have in there is going to be our CJC fund, or jail, which is Fund 66. And you'll have the balance sheet and the income statement related to that. And our final major fund that we have will be the sanitation fund, which is Fund 56. And you'll have the balance sheet and the income statement for that also.
Like the first one has on the balance sheet. Let's see. Yeah, it has a sales tax payable a negative $181,000. And then also on lease principal payment a negative $243,851. So what's going on with those?
On what page is that?
Page 3 or 4. That's the first one.
Page 3 and 4.
Right. It's the first balance sheet.
Yes, sir. Let me pull up what you have, because what account number is it, Randy? I'm sorry.
This is so small, let's see. It is, the lease principal payment is 56,000,26002. And the sales tax payable is right below that.
See the lease principal payment. It is a reclass because it goes through here as an expenditure. It will be reclassed to the balance sheet because we have a lease payable on the balance sheet. So we'll move from, it tells me that the lease is not, it got posted in the wrong place. It should be on the income statement, not on here. So this is probably one of the lease payments that just occurred in this month.
So it's going to be reclassified?
It'll be reclassed, yes, sir.
What about the sales tax payable?
Sales tax is a timing issue. It will go away in the next month, Randy. These are reconciled at 9:30. And so throughout the year, we'll have the transactions that may have timing differences on them.
Is there a better way to present this?
Our current system, no, and that's what we're working on trying to do and get information done through a consultant that we're using for the financial statements. For the interim side of it, our current financial system, this is the extent of what we can do. What I can do is have a conversation with Deandra and try to put it in a more standardized format and just export the information into an Excel spreadsheet and convert it. We can do that. Yes, sir. Into a standard P&L format. Into a standard P&L format and balance sheet format. Yes, sir. We can take care of that.
Hector, do you have any questions? Any more?
No, ma'am. No more questions.
May I make a motion to approve consent agenda?
I have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Graham to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We'll go to our non-consent agenda, item F1, update on the establishment of a regional mobility authority and metropolitan planning organization, strategic goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. David Garcia, and he's not here.
He's on the.
Oh, he's on here, okay. David, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Retail?
Oh, he's cutting out.
Good.
David, you're cutting out.
Yeah, the audio is cutting out for me as well.
It's on our side? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
David, we're not getting anything.
Oh, you hear me?
No.
One, two. No.
Mayor, if you like, we can table this item and bring it back when, if we can get this connection stabilized.
Yeah, right now, David, it's cutting in and out.
Okay.
Okay, David?
I'm on my hotspot, I'm on a personal net.
Yeah, it's just cutting out really bad. So
You might be able to try dialing in on your phone. It might work.
Can we just go ahead and table it, and David, you bring it to us next meeting? I'm getting that. Okay, so I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to table the next meeting.
I'll second.
Art got it, sorry. Got a motion from Councilwoman Trujillo and a second from Councilman Arona to go ahead and table this until we get a better connection or till our next meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the record show the motion carries. David, we'll get you at the next meeting. Okay, we'll go to item F2. Discuss, consider ordinance 27-07-01R, an ordinance amending section 2-35, personnel responsibilities of the Town of Pecos City Code of Ordinances regarding the hiring, supervision, and termination authority over the director of the Pecos Economic Development Corporation, providing an effective date and severability. First reading, Strategic Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development. Randy Green.
Okay, I wanted to see this on here because I was on the Pecos Economic Development 2 several years ago, and that's what we had. And currently, right now, the Pecos City is in charge of the board of directors. We can hire and fire them at will, and so I think it would be a lot smoother to be able to put that also into the director too. Executive director. So that's why I brought that up, and to see that if we can change that and make it smoother. So, any questions?
I have a comment.
Okay.
So I understand the hiring termination, but we need a definition of supervision and what that is supposed to look like. After a review of this year's 2025 audit that was presented at the PDC meeting, it is clear that the executive director is needed more supervision and guidance than the current board is giving at the moment. And I approved of this ordinance, and as Mr. Winkle said, the council has had oversight before, as we are not doing anything new. So we're not doing anything new. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I do ask that we do come up with some guidelines that we want to have him go by. That's my only.
So the ordinance that you presented, Mr. Wiggles, earlier,
I'm sorry, sir?
the ordinance that you presented earlier, when you fell under the...
I fell under it, yes, sir.
Is it still in play?
No, sir, it was replaced in 22.
Okay.
I thought in 21 we brought up to have the authority to be over the executive director. I think we decided to go ahead and keep it in the hands of the board. I'm just trying to go back and review what was it that, I mean, I'm all for greater oversight, but I mean, it needs to be balanced to where the board and the council work together to make sure that we continue with the growth and development. And I think we have to work together. You know, I feel that the city has a lot on its plate right now. We have a lot of projects, we've got our hand in a lot of fires, and by taking over something else, we just stretch ourselves thin. I agree there needs to be more oversight. I just want us to have more of a partnership instead of us being I guess I know we have to be in a way, but I think we need to develop a better partnership with the board and the EDC, and just make the guidelines more clear and more transparent, not just for the council, but for the community as well, I think. So, I agree, but I want it to be like an equal partnership.
between the board and the council.
Councilman Carrasco, do you have anything?
Well, Mayor, I agree with Councilman Graham. I believe right now that the responsibility should ultimately rest with the city council. I mean, the EDC right now exists to serve the citizens of our community. And it's funded by public dollars, and it operates on behalf of the public and makes decisions that we can have a significant impact on the jobs, as we talked about, the business recruitment, the infrastructure investment, and long-term economic future of our city. And with everything going on because of that, there must be a clear line of accountability to the taxpayers. And the city council, we are an elected body directly accountable to the public. And if residents are dissatisfied with the direction of the EDC's efforts, they cannot vote out an appointed board member or a staff member. They, however, can hold a city council accountable at the ballot box, but the accountability should it come to the authority to ensure the right leadership is in place. So going back to agreeing with Councilman Graham, this is not about politics or micromanagement. It's about oversight and responsibility. And the EDC director should be aligned with the economic development goals established by the community's elected representatives. And when there's a disconnect between the city's vision and the direction of the EDC, the city council must have the ability to make leadership changes that reflect to the priorities of the people that we serve. And having a council responsible for hiring and firing also promotes transparency and consistency. It ensures that the performance expectations are clearly defined and that the decisions regarding leadership are made in open with the public accountability. So at the end of the day, authority and accountability should go hand in hand. And if the city council is expected to answer questions about EDC development and defend the use of public funds, this sets the vision for our community's future that we should have the authority to ensure that the EDC, the board, the directors are effectively carrying out the mission. So for that reason, I believe the city council should have the responsibility and authority to hire and fire when necessary.
You know, we took on the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation.
I was about to say that.
We have not gotten anywhere with it. You know, spin our wheels. I agree with Councilman Trujillo, Councilwoman Trujillo, that collaboration more and more hands-on and transparency, cooperation, wait for the financial audit or the forensic audit to hit and see what it takes us from there.
I agree. Where do we draw the line of, you know, we are ultimately 100% accountable to the community, but how does it not become this vicious cycle of now I want to take over, but no, now I don't. Now we're going to have the authority, but no, wait, let's wait. It's just, it needs to remain consistent, and we have to, same thing when when we have ordinances and changes that come before the council, we have to remain consistent and follow the guidelines and the law to make sure that we are operating within our scope and not have this back and forth and up and down and yes and no. And this year it's just the inconsistency that creates that mistrust and instability before not just the community, but for future companies and organizations that want to come into Pecos. And I am 100% on board on having the clear guidelines and following the rules and being accountable to the taxpayers, because ultimately this is, you know, everybody's vision. We all have to be, but we have to be really careful on deciding to take over when there's disagreement on operational issues. And I agree, if there's the audit, depending on what comes from the forensic audit, then we will reevaluate at that time. But where does it stop? You know, the same thing with the, like Councilman Corona was stating about the Housing Finance Corporation. It's been, I believe, a year or maybe more that we are spinning our wheels, you know, and we have attorney fees and accounting fees. it seems like a never-ending bleed of funds that could be targeted and used for what that organization was really meant for. It's going into attorney fees and research fees and filing fees, and I don't want that to happen with this.
Well, I can't
Again.
see it the same as the Pecos housing deal because we're not going to be on their board. They're still going to operate the way they've been operating. And the attorney fees and the county fees that you're talking about, the city's not responsible for those. We're not paying those. They're paying that. And it's necessary because we don't want that liability to come back on the city. And we very well could. So, but I agree, it's a pain to have to be on their board, but this is completely different. It's not going to require much effort on our part, but we're there if we need to be.
But you know, you said earlier to hire and fire the board. That kind of sounds very vindictive to me. If you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm just going to replace you.
Didn't insinuate that at all.
No, it came out of it. It is.
Well, I'm sorry if it did, but that's just it is our authority.
No, it is.
I want it to be across the board, the same deal, the authority to cover the economic and the director.
That's the goal that we had when we took over the PHSC, was to replace Mr. Salcido on the board, and we have yet to do that. So it wasn't a sit-in of us, walking around with a big hammer in our hands. For what end of purpose?
No, I can't see us doing that at all.
Difference of opinions.
Well, the HFC and the EDC are not the same. These are different components. And this item is not about taking over as city council members in the EDC. The EDC is bound to us by direction of the council by law. So the item this item is more about accountability and oversight, not taking over. The EDC is not an independent entity, as what the HFC is.
I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 260701R being first reading.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Graham, a second from Councilman Carrasco to approve ordinance 26-07-01R, first reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
It's a tie. I will vote in favor of the ordinance. So the motion carries. We will go to item F3, discuss, consider directing the Pecos Economic Development Corporation Director and Board of Directors to terminate the engineering contract with Climate Consultants for the Hidden Heroes Phase 3 project, Strategic Goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. And I have a statement. That we, as a city council, cannot cancel a contract with the PEDC that they have with anybody. We can bring facts forward to show them why we think it needs to be canceled, but it's ultimately the decision of the PEDC board to cancel their contract. We have had 2 meetings with all the parties involved and presented the entities with a draft interlocal agreement for their review, alteration, approval, or denial. At yesterday's meeting, we discussed solutions to the issue that we currently have, and we're waiting on monetary and timeline numbers from the general contractor as to which option to go with, but that all hinges on what is decided with the interlocal agreement. And I think at this time, we need to leave Kleiman on as consultants in order to keep this project going. The only problem I see is that Kleiman is contracted with the EDC and Silver Fox is contracted with the town of Pecos City. And it would make more sense if one entity was over both contracts. And that's all I have to say.
I'm the one that brought this up, and I look at the performance by Climate, and I wish the board of directors of the EDC would also look at that and evaluate them. They had 2 bids. One of them was Silver Fox, and the other one was Aztec. Now, Aztec bid was they're far superior to Silver Fox. And plus, Silver Fox did not have a bid bond in there. And that's it should be an automatic disqualification, but it wasn't. And so that's not the way to operate. And plus, the Climate and Silver Fox have done smaller jobs than Aztec. But anyway, to go on, like one example, the Climate brought in a bunch of dirt from the county into the foundation work. They decided they didn't need to test it. They found out that that dirt could not support a concrete foundation. So they had to take it out, or need to. I don't know if they have them yet or not.
That's what we're figuring.
Okay, so, and they're wanting to find, they want to charge the city a change order of $300,000 or $400,000. It's not our error. It's their error, their mistake. They should do it. And also, they have one thing that really upsets me about them is that they hired Jimmy Dutchover's, Climate did, sister as a consultant. That's just not good business. And they've hired one of our own councilmen as a consultant. I don't know that we can trust them. Somebody that does business like that, I find it hard to trust. You know, that's common sense. You don't do stuff like that. So anyway, I brought it up and didn't realize that, yeah, the mayor's right. That's y'all's, the boards of the Pecos Economic Development's responsibility. And I hope y'all look at that and do something about that. Because that could hurt us in the long run. You know, if they're doing business like that, 10 years from now, everything starts falling apart in the construction. You know, it's going to be, that's not a good situation.
On Climate, is anybody there with the EDC, representing the EDC right now?
We have 3 board members here.
I understand it is the understanding of their contract with the EDC has run out, is that correct?
I don't know, I haven't seen the contract.
I believe I can respond to
Under
that.
the EDC audit, it showed that the procurement process was handled incorrectly. And when you start doing things like that, it doesn't pass the smell test. And I agree with Councilman Graham that at this point, you know, that's the kind of things that we have to take into consideration. And procurement laws are in place for certain reasons, and when we just avoid those, it doesn't make us look good.
Mayor, would you like me to update on the status of that?
Yeah, Nicole has a statement too.
I just wanted to clarify, Nicole Ferrini, Assistant City Manager, I've been assigned as the representative of the city to work on this. I've been working on it for some time. I just want to clarify that currently the contract for Climate Consultants is with the EDC. However, at this stage of the project, the scope of work in that contract has in fact run out. There is no term in that agreement. There are some additional services that can be paid hour by time and materials. That's how it's listed currently, but there is no construction phase scope of work in the Climate contract right now. We have asked some questions about the procurement, and we have not received that information here at the city, but I do believe it was addressed in the audit. So I just wanted to clarify from our position, what we knew as fact.
I want to also say, it came to my attention here recently that Climate is starting phase 1. Now, they don't have a procurement with the city on that. They're not supposed to be involved in that at all. And so I wish we all go back and look and discuss that. And they have to get permission from the city to do that on phase 1. And so I don't know that Nicole or
They're cutting a check.
We don't have any knowledge currently of any phase 1 activity that involves the city.
what?
It involves the city.
That involves the city. We've not been included in any phase 1
They cut a check.
Yeah, there was in the meeting, there was a check cut to Climate for phase 1. So, and we do not have anything,
Yeah,
we
we're not
don't have anything formally on phase 1. And from what I understand, if we don't do everything by federal guidelines, we cannot use our $2 million grant that we got.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it has to be done correctly.
Yes, ma'am. And
Or
that
we
grant
don't, or
is-
we don't get that $2 million,
Correct.
which is for phase 1 and 2.
It is, the award letter from the federal government indicates Hidden Heroes Workforce Housing Project. It doesn't specify
Okay, which phase?
And it is for $2 million, and it is to the town of Pecos City.
And in order to do that, all of the procurement and the administration is going to have to be done by the city. There's no other way to access that $2 million. It will all have to be done through the city.
I guess,
I have a question for our attorney.
Yes, sir. Question for our attorney.
If we fail to, or the EDC requires the procurement process to resolve, and we were to have some kind of criminal prosecution, let's just enter the Texas code, what, 252 something, how can that affect our grant moving forward in the future for anything else to where we don't become tainted that nobody's going to want to give us grants because of the way we handle the procurement process? Because if it was me, easier said, and I was on the outside as a congressman, why would I want to give a grant to an entity that's not handling these procurement laws correctly?
Yes, I would say as far as it pertains to the city's procurement, it definitely can have some effect as far as future grants or being on any type of list that would receive future grants. Now, when you involve the EDC, it's a little bit tricky because they aren't held to the same procurement laws that a city is, but once you have the intermingling of certain projects, like this project is, where the city is kind of taking on phases 1 and 2, and we had involvement from the EDC on phase 3, it gets a little bit tangled in that matter. I think the best and clearest answer is always to do the procurement process in accordance with the state laws that apply to cities, even if there is, let's say, like an EDC only portion. It just appears cleaner and it meets the smell test whenever you go out for competitive bids, you do your request for qualifications. So try not to shoot from the hip, but there are consequences when those funds that are granted by federal or state are not used in the correct or legal manner, which part of that is procurement, especially as it comes through the city to be used for city projects.
Yeah, I would hate for us to get blacklisted for violating any of those moving forward in the future.
I don't guess we can take any action, so is there any other questions? We'll move on.
It's, I wish,
So no action on this, just, do we need a motion or just no action? Because it's actually, because we can't do anything.
There's no action, just.
Yeah, I think just direction will suffice at this time. A motion will have to be made officially.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to item F4. Discuss, consider directing the city manager to direct city staff to initiate the competitive procurement process for a forensic audit of the Pecos Economic Development Corporation, the PEDC, with the PEDC funding the cost of the audit, strategic goal 6, sound governance, and fiscal management. And I want to bring up that in our city charter, section 2.12, investigation by council. The council shall have the power to inquire into the conduct of any office, department, agency, officer, board, or commission of the city, and to make investigations as to the municipal affairs, and for that purpose may subpoena witnesses, administer oath, and compel the production of books, papers, and other evidence. Failure to obey such a subpoena or to produce books, papers, or other evidence as ordered under the provisions of this section shall constitute a misdemeanor and shall be punishable by fine not to exceed $200. Also want to ask that in this process that we include a CFE examiner, a certified fraud examiner in on the audit. Make sure everything is
Mayor, if I may, I wanted to mention something. I neglected to bring it up on F2, but seeing how we're still talking about the PDC, I think it's relevant to this item as well. For the motion and action that was taken on F2, that will likely require a amendment to the bylaw as well to match, so there's no conflict between the Code of Ordinances and the bylaws for the EDC. And then in conjunction with this item, that may also be an opportunity to input an annual audit that would be delivered or reported to the city, so that there's a continual basis for making sure that things are spent.
Yeah, they do an
and
annual.
done correctly.
Yeah, they do an annual audit.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I requested this to be put on the agenda during the special meeting, and I want it on the record that I am firmly a believer in advancing and strengthening communities and fostering opportunities for all individuals. And however this progress must be achieved through ethical and transparent means, true progress is founded upon integrity, accountability, and wavering dedication, rather than secret handshakes and meetings. I want to thank the individual that took the time to put a newspaper out on my driver's side of the window and highlight it for me. And on this newspaper, they highlighted that the front headline read that the other day that the proof is in the pudding and we're just getting started. They say the proof is in the pudding, but what does the pudding prove when the recipe is mixed with hidden agendas and served by those already bought and paid for? A polished result means little when integrity was left out of the ingredients. Now this month, I have been approached a lot by the constituents asking me what a forensic audit is and what does it consist of, and in respect to them, I'll let them know. The purpose of a forensic investigation here really quick is to verify that public funds have been used for authorized and intended purposes. We will review the financial transaction for accuracy, completeness, and compliance with established policies. It allows us to act as internal controls and identify weaknesses that may expose the organization to financial risk. It examines allegations or concerns regarding potential misuse of funds, conflict of interest, procurement irregularities, and non-compliance with governing relationships. So the benefits of this, like I said, I'm just kind of going based upon I was talking to my constituents, is we want to make sure we're responsible stewards of public resources and money. And we want to identify the opportunities to strengthen financial controls and governance practices. And at the same time, we want to protect the city and the PDC and taxpayers from potential financial losses. And the PDC is of everybody's PDC, not just a certain group or this person, it's everybody's PDC. And overall, it enhances public confidence and transparency and accountability. So this investigation, as the mayor said, should include comprehensive review of the financial records, the expenses, the contractors, the contracts, procurement activities, internal controls, governance practices, and compliance with applicable laws, policies, and regulations. I believe this cost of the investigation should be paid from the PDC funds as the review concerns the operation, the management, and the use of resources under the authority of the PDC. And the findings and the recommendations of this investigation should be presented to the City Council and made available to the public in accordance with applicable law. So does anybody have any questions?
What's the next step? Do we have to go out for bids or what?
Yes, sir, we do. And I've been looking since this request was made, and the highest ranked forensic audit firms in the state are going to be located in Dallas and Houston. I have a list of them, and so we would reach out to all of them and do an RFP, Randy, and include all of them, and Councilman Carrasco. All of them are high rated. I've looked into them. I do not know any of them. I've never heard of them or done with them, but they specialize in forensic audits. And so they would, to your point, Mayor, they would include CFEs as well as CPAs on there.
And a lot of law firms have forensic audits, capabilities, so, we want to, if it passes, we want to have a committee, that will bring us back some, like 2 or 3 to look at. So if we have more than that.
Can somebody on council be on that committee that reviews those bids?
It would probably behoove us to have at least 1 or 2.
Okay.
No further questions.
So when it comes to forensic audits, we're asking to develop a committee to
No,
look at these.
no, they're sending out for bids, and I asked for somebody on the council to be in the bid committee when they look out.
Just to
1 or 2.
Yeah, just to pick the firm.
Yeah. Well, if anybody wants to make an amendment to the motion, I make a motion that the city council request the forensic audit of the Pecos Economic Development Corporation, and the legal representation will be the Feldman and Feldman Group, and this cost of the investigation shall be paid for by the EDC. If anybody wants to strike out this motion and amend something, now's the time.
Question, just one question. Feldman and Feldman, why then?
Feldman and Feldman has a track record of handling a lot of public issues. I don't like to say the word corruption, but their expertise in this, and I feel that we have a really good connection with them representing the HSC, and I think that they would be a good asset to the city to help us with this investigation. The suggestion, like I said, we could amend the motion or strike it out. But at this moment, like I said, I'd make the motion. If anybody wants to strike out my motion, they can, or amend it. We could leave out the Feldman and Feldman, and we can vote on that.
I would feel more comfortable striking out Feldman and Feldman just to avoid the umbrella of us
Influence?
Yeah, of current,
Yeah, I think we need to get some other.
yeah, get some other firms and other bids.
To look at, but,
I can support that without
I guess-
including Feldman and Feldman.
I'd like the next meeting to have a list to look at.
I may not be able to get it out there.
Oh, we got some great girls right there.
So the motion is to instruct the staff to initiate the procurement process, get a forensic audit, correct? And to leave out Feldman and Feldman?
Yes.
Okay,
And the cost of the investigation shall be paid for by the EDC.
right.
I'll say.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Carrasco, a second from Councilman Arona, to direct the city manager and city staff to initiate a competitive procurement process for a forensic audit of the Pecos Economic Development Corporation as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We'll go to item F5, discuss, consider resolution 26-07-05R, a resolution authorizing the city manager to authorize a change order in the amount of $38,610 with Central Square Technologies LLC for a records management system for the police department, strategic goal 6, sound governance and physical management. Jesus.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I bring this change order for the Central Square platform that we brought earlier this year, last year, I can't remember exactly when. But this change order is something that we didn't include obviously in the original cost, but it's very desperately needed because this would be the conversion of the information on the old system to the new system to keep those records over for the police department. So it is in your attachments, you should have the change order from Central Square. The original quote was supposed to be $77,220, and we negotiated it down to $38 because of this is something that should have been included in the first one. It was an oversight on the language of things, so now I know what maybe some people use conversion, some people use migration. There was some difference there. We talked to them about it. They were understanding about it. They initially gave us the 77, and we got it down to 38 to kind of mend there on that, and so that we could keep this project moving forward. This is the year-long project from, like I said, late last year, and it's probably going to go on until early next year or the end of this year. But this is just to remind everyone, this is the applications for the PD that involves the jail management system, the records management, which is evidence, and a lot of new pieces to it, which is also part of the citations, electronic citations, and then the mobile device terminals inside the vehicles to move us up to the next level.
Was this budgeted?
Yes. Well, the original one was covered by a grant.
Okay.
So this one's going through the IT budget.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 26-07-05R as presented.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Trujillo, a second from Councilman Arona to approve resolution 26-07-05R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We'll
Thank
go
you.
to item F6. Discuss, consider resolution 26-07-01R, a resolution awarding a bid to Pecos Electric for the purchase and installation of a Caterpillar outdoor 72-hour diesel tank generator, sets rated 60 kilowatt, 160 kilowatt, and 250 kilowatt to serve various city facilities in the amount of $389,786.65. Strategic Goal 8, create a resilient and sustainable community. Michael Baca.
Michael Baca is in fact right here behind me. Nicole Farini, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to give a quick introduction here. This is, as a reminder, the item that was tabled from the last City Council meeting. We are bringing it back. This is in fact budgeted in last year, this current year's budget, and so we ask that the council approve the resolution. And Michael is here to answer any questions about the specifics of it that you might have in terms of how this equipment will be utilized.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So these 3 generators that we plan on, getting out, they're going to be at 3 different locations. At the Walmart lift station, our wastewater treatment plant, and also our booster pump that is located on Westfield.
Have we used these before?
Yes, sir. Yeah, everything we're going towards for our generators is all kind of gets uniform. Trying to keep everything the same so that parts and things to that effect. Yes, sir.
That's a good price.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is actually under the budget that we had already set forth for this year.
How many bids did we receive for this project?
2 bids.
2? Who was the other?
How many bids?
Who was the other bidder?
Yes, the other bidder would have been Rubin Rubio Construction Inc. He came in at a total price of $613,824. That bid would have been over our budget that we have for this grant.
I think previously, and just to go over it again, we were requesting for anytime something was attached, any bids. I really appreciate that you guys attached this, your request for proposal. And I would like to see personally the bids that were submitted to see who else. I know you guys have your system of not just for price, but for the best quality of work and reputation. But I personally would like to see them attached whenever something like this is brought before the council in the future. Just for transparency.
Yes, ma'am. For sure.
Thank you.
What's your thoughts, Hector?
No, I'm good with it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
I have a motion from Councilman Carrasco, a second from Councilman Graham, to approve Resolution 26-07-01R as presented. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. The motion carries with Councilman Arona abstaining. Go to item F7, discuss, consider resolution 26-07-04R, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an engineering services agreement with Tompkins Engineering for the Ward County Wellfield Raw Water Transmission Line Rehabilitation Project in the amount of $2,486,567, authorizing a fiscal year 25-26 budget transfer or allocations of $1,639,662. Strategic Goal 7, enhance Pecos infrastructure network. Nicole Faria.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to ask that we consider F7 and F8 as companion items. We can take separate action on them, but they are related. F8 is a resolution that approves the Texas Water Development Board application documents for the town of Pecos City's request for financial assistance for water system improvements associated with the Ward County raw water line and the grant application that is associated with it. So you can see these two items go together. One item authorizes us to execute the agreement and move forward with WTC, Tompkins Engineering, and also execute the documents that are necessary to submit the grant application for said project. I want to remind the council that there was previous action taken on this item. You all authorized the city manager to submit the application to the Texas Water Development Board for a water supply and infrastructure grant, and to negotiate the professional services necessary to advance that project. If you all recall, that Water Development Board grant required that the project be shovel ready before the grant application was submitted. That grant application is due before midnight this evening. And so there was an accelerated timeline to be able to get this done. And I want to say on the record that I appreciate Councilwoman Trujillo's questions from the last meeting. We did table this, and we're happy to bring back answers to some of the procurement questions that she had. The method that we utilized is in compliance with Texas Government Code Chapter 2254 regarding professional engineering services. Under that statute, engineering services have to be selected based on demonstrated competence and qualifications and cannot be selected on competitive pricing standards. The methodology of how you evaluate that demonstrated qualification does not require by state law an RFQ process, nor does our local policy require that in this kind of an instance. In this case, after we select the most highly qualified provider, we can then negotiate a fair price, which is what we're bringing back to you tonight. We determined that WTC was the most highly qualified provider for this specific assignment based on the demonstrated experience and, frankly, current field mobilization around the city's water transmission infrastructure, well field projects, pressure improvement projects, hydraulic and operational conditions, existing system connections, and related engineering information that all is brought together, again, in this quick timeline, and our ability to be able to have a shovel-ready project. We feel like this helps to provide continuity, reduce the schedule, technical coordination, and also implementation risk, again, because of the accelerated timeline. The firm, in addition, WTC brought this funding opportunity forward to us, and they have demonstrated a great familiarity with not just the project itself, but the funding mechanism, and they are submitting the grant on our behalf as a function of that previous action that you all took. And so this is not really just about that they identified the grant opportunity, but rather their familiarity with that process and working with the Texas Water Development Board and the requirements that are necessary to have a successful grant application. following the qualifications determination that I just described, we negotiated the proposed scope and fee. We determined that the negotiated fee was fair and reasonable based on the project scope. I want to remind you all that we are talking about a $15 to $20 million project, and engineering fees are often a percentage of that. And so what you see right here is that we are asking you to authorize the transfer of $2.486 million. That is the total professional services fee that will be executed should we be awarded the grant. That includes construction phase scope of work that allows for WTC to assist us in the construction phase bidding. So I also want to point out that all of the construction will be bid out appropriately as per state law. But the 1.639662 portion, the budget transfer that we're requesting, covers the design side portion of that work, which was required to have that shovel-ready project to submit to the Water Development Board. Finally, I'll just say, you all have in front of you a one-page sheet that goes over everything that I've just said. Due to our technology situation tonight, I'm not sharing it on the screen. You have all of this, but at the bottom there is a recommended motion. I don't feel like I need to read it out loud, but in essence it is to approve the engineering services agreement with WTC for this project in an amount not to exceed the $2.4 million. Find that the firm was selected based on the demonstrated qualifications and competence that I have described, and authorize the city manager to execute that agreement and any other administrative documents. That's what covers item F8, yes ma'am, so that we may proceed and submit that opportunity this evening.
So
Happy
how
to take
much,
questions.
how much are we getting from the Texas Water Development Board?
So the grant is up to $20 million, and Chad Tompkins is here tonight with us. Chad, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but the opportunity is up to $20 million, is that correct?
That's right.
Yes, and that's, we're not sure exactly what the project is going to come out
Well,
at, but we know it's up to that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. Chad Tompkins, Tompkins Engineering, she's right. It's a $20 million grant opportunity. We've estimated that the project could possibly cost a little more than $20 million. However, construction costs have recently been going down, which is weird with inflation. I'm not going to complain. And also, we intend to have several different alternative items to see what is best. And because sometimes, you have a project that's 101,000 feet long, small differences in material costs add up. So, anyway, that's where we're at. We feel like you should be, like, when I first estimated it, I guess this is what I'm trying to say. The way I normally do it is I try to be like a little on the high end because I don't want you to budget too little money to finish the job, right? So not real high, but high enough to be like, yeah, we're good. And then when you budget it, you're not surprised. That's my hope every time. Every once in a while we miss it, but most of the time we say, look, budget this much and we can get it done in that much. So that was probably a little over 20 million, right? But we really felt like that with some alternatives and the fact that the line has been there a long time and there shouldn't be too many things that we have to cross under in the oil field. They're constantly putting pipelines, and that actually increases your cost quite a bit. This should be over almost everything. And so that we felt like, okay, because of that, and with construction prices actually dipping a bit, we feel really pretty good that we can get the whole thing done in under 20 million. And initially, we felt we were under the impression that the design fees could not be part of the grant. However, that was a misunderstanding. It's anything you expend after June 2025 on, the project can be included. So, assuming the city can get the award, it should be all in. So, that's our hope.
I didn't catch the deadline.
Midnight tonight.
Midnight tonight.
we've been able to do that.
Yes, we are fully ready to submit this grant. If y'all recall, the item was on the previous council meeting.
Yeah.
And then I believe it was the quorum issue.
Then it was-
And so
we
there
didn't
was
have
a
a
couple
quorum,
of
so
reasons
we-
why we're down to the wire. But I am very, very pleased that Chad is able to share that about the design fees. I think that's something that, should we be awarded, we'll explore right away. We can bring that $2.4 million number back into the grant itself. That would be amazing. As of right now, we're not counting on that. I want to be clear. But if we're able to do that, obviously, we will bring those dollars back in, because you all are well aware of the needs that we have on infrastructure. I also just want to finally say that this is one piece of an extremely large infrastructure puzzle that you all have been privy to in the council budget sessions that we've just had. And so I feel like this is one way. I mentioned to you during those work sessions that we were looking at every single possible way to be able to fund and support the infrastructure needs in the growth, for the growth of this community. And this is one of those ways.
And I just want to make clear that my questions regarding the procurement audit process was not intended to be a question of your qualifications and your professionalism. I just want to make that clear. I had some questions the last council meeting.
Councilwoman,
Wow,
I-
that was, what's going on? I just want, we have a lot of, can you say, mist. We're in the mist, right?
Yes.
With procurement and bids. I'm just curious. How many responses did the city receive for this?
So this was not procured in that fashion.
For the request for qualification, it's not.
There was no
There was
RFP for
not.
this.
It's, hold on, let me go back.
Okay.
It's a qualifications-based selection.
Correct.
So, and I get where you said that the committee or the staff that comes together to choose you cannot choose directly on price. You go on
Demonstrated qualifications.
the whole picture, right? Okay. So when this is, I guess, put out, is it published in the newspaper? Is there a website? Is there a portal? How do people find out about the potential to?
Right.
Well, it's like Nicole said though, but Chad's the one that brought this to us.
Okay.
He knew about the grant, and so he brought it to us. We wouldn't have known about the grant if
If he
Chad
wouldn't have told us
known
about it. Okay.
And Chad's been working for the city for
many
years.
I'm just,
So
it's just questions that
he's-
were brought to
yeah.
me and as constituents
Of
that
course.
are wanting us to ask these questions out in the open so that it's clear and people understand that
Sure.
it's not preferential to, it's a big deal, it's a big,
Yes, ma'am.
it's a big task.
Yeah.
So I just want, I want to understand it better too.
I guess it would be unfair to say that you found the shiny nickel and after you found it, go buy a piece of candy.
That's a fun
Right.
analogy, sir.
You know,
What I would say that,
You brought us a
Yeah, you're like,
1
hey,
million,
look at this, and then
And
it's,
then, well, thank you, but we're gonna put it
Yeah.
over here to this other person, you know, so I can understand.
Well, but
Well-
Chad's he's very, very familiar with our water system because he's worked on our water system for so many years.
correct, it's both the familiarity, but also the field mobilization that is already ongoing
To
with
make
all of
it
the projects that I
shovel-ready,
mentioned.
to-
Exactly right. There-
to be eligible to get the grant.
This is a unique situation, and that's why I said when I started, I genuinely meant thank you very much for bringing those questions, because we are in a situation right now across the board where folks are asking, are you all doing this correctly? And so I appreciate the opportunity to describe how this opportunity is unique. In most cases, are we going to do an RFQ process? Are we going to advertise and do all of that? Yes, we are. In this specific case, state law does allow us to be able to select in this fashion. And then also, again, to allay any concerns, when we get to the construction phase, all of that will be bid out, and WTC will be assisting us in bidding that work out as well. And so this is a little bit of a unique situation. And I would also suggest that in terms of understanding the qualifications, we have had a number of on-call task order RFQs in the past, and there's a number of engineering firms that qualify under that. WTC has been one of those. There's a number of others. And so one thing that we're looking to do going forward is re-up all of those. And so I'm not sure, it's something that the council could speak to. If there's someone speaking to from other firms, there will be those opportunities, and we're seeking, because we're gonna have so much work coming up that we want to be able to do that. But I do truly
Not just
appreciate the
other
questions.
firms, but community members and.
Sure.
You know.
Of course, yeah.
Y'all got everything loaded up? Flash drive or something to send in?
Yes, sir. We have someone standing by.
If you haven't, I'm not, I try not to be on my phone in the meeting, but I am today, because I'm telling those guys, we're on item 6. Item 7. Make sure you're at the office, because as soon as, assuming the forms,
Yes.
Notwithstanding our agreements, but there's nothing to do with it, but the forms, you do approve that piece, I'm gonna go, Charles sign, I'm gonna go in there and get some pictures, and we'll get it done. But it is all prepped and ready, everything's ready to submit. We just need these forms that and they're actually very specific. In fact, you have to write who made the motion and all the things, so.
So we can make a motion to do number 7, passes, and then jump on number 8, passes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then let's get going. Mayor, I make a motion we approve resolution 26-07-04R as presented.
A second.
Have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Graham to approve resolution 26-07-04R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We'll go to item F8, discuss, consider resolution 26-07-06R, a resolution approving the Texas Water Development Board application documents for the Town of Pecos City's request for financial assistance for water system improvements associated with the Ward County Raw Water Line and WSIG grant application, Strategic Goal 7, Enhanced Pecos Infrastructure Network.
I make a motion that we approve F8 as presented.
I'll second.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to approve resolution 26-07-06R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item F9, discuss, consider acceptance of the written resignation of Councilmember Conrado Saldana, seat 1, and declaration of vacancy pursuant to section 2.05 of the Town of Pecos City Charter, Strategic Goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. Wendy.
Mayor and council, in your packets you will find a letter of resignation from Councilmember Conrado Saldana, seat 1. The vacancy was established 8 days after receiving the written resignation, which was effective July 16th, 2026. We would also like to, on the record, have the acceptance to be able to declare the vacancy on the seat 1.
Mayor, I make a motion. So on F9.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, yes, sir.
can I make a statement?
Uh-huh.
Tonight, I am speaking directly to our residents because I believe it is important that the community hears from its elected representatives. And while public communication is typically coordinated through the city staff or our public relations team, I believe that the city council has a responsibility to ensure that residents receive timely information on matters that affect their government. And at this moment, I want to acknowledge former Councilman Saldana for his 10 years of public service and the time that he dedicated serving our community. However, the current findings that led to his departure are serious and couldn't be ignored, and public office is for public trust. And when that trust is violated, accountability is essential. And the residents of Pecos deserve leaders who act with integrity, transparency, and commitment to the highest ethical standards. While it is important to recognize years of service, we also must recognize that no amount of service excuses conduct that undermines the public's confidence in our government. And our duty is not to any individual elected official, it is to the people that we serve. And at this moment, should we also serve a call to action, we can simply move forward. But tonight, I'm calling on our leadership staff for a comprehensive review of our city's ethics policy, stronger disclosure agreements, and enhanced ethics training for elected officials and senior staff, which will create greater transparency moving forward in our decision-making process. I also like to call my fellow council members to come together during this time, regardless of our differences or our opinions, that we share a common duty, and that's to restore public confidence and trust that applies to everyone. And this strengthens our city government depending on our willingness to place all the personal feelings aside and get back to work, which is serving the people of Pecos. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
We've never stopped. Just want to state that. We've never stopped working hard for our constituents, and it's an unfortunate incident that happened, but you know, it is what it is, but the work has never stopped, and it's been ongoing for as long as I've been on council and terms before me. So I just want to stress that to the community, that we've been working hard.
So we have a motion.
With integrity, sorry. With integrity.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to accept the resignation of Councilmember Saldana and declare that it was vacant as of July 16th, 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the record show the motion carries. We'll go to item F10, discuss and consider the appointment of a qualified individual to fill the vacancy in City Council Seat 1 pursuant to Section 2.05 of the Town of Pecos City Charter, and with the appointee to serve until the May 2027 general election, and/or provide direction to call for a special election for the unexpired term or the full term. Strategic Goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. Wendy Lupon.
Mayor and Council, on your desks you will find a presentation form that appears just like this one. On there, on the top left, I do have just the agenda item wording. On the top right, I do have a statement under Section 2.05 of our city charter, mixed in with the Texas Election Code and the Texas Constitution. Council may either appoint someone to serve until May of 2027 or direct staff to call a special election to let the voters fill the vacancy for the unexpired term or for a full term. Tonight's discussion is to decide which path best serves transparency and the community trust.
Okay, so can you explain this option 3 on here?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and go through the options. I would like to clarify, so there are questions based on the wording of our current city charter, Section 205, what the Secretary of State states, what Texas Election Code states, and what the Texas Constitution states. So these 3 options are a mix of all that I mentioned. Option 1 is the appointment only. So it's to appoint a qualified individual to fill seat 1 now by majority of vote. The seat appears on the May 2027 general election ballot for the unexpired term or a full term per Section 2.05. Option 2, special election only. Leave the seat vacant for now and order a special election to fill seat 1 for the unexpired term or a full term consistent with Texas Election Code Title 12. Option 3, appointment plus special election. Appoint an individual to serve on an interim basis. At the same time, direct staff and the city attorney to prepare an ordinance calling a special election on the next uniform election date to allow voters to choose who will serve for the remainder or the full term. Option 3, I would like to defer over to Resin. Again, my research was back to only option 2. He actually shared with me, involving the Texas Election Code and the Texas Constitution, that option 3 was also an option.
So my one question is, if we call for a special election, how long will it take to organize that, do the campaign, and have the election? How, I mean, are we talking about 3 months or 6 weeks or?
Yes, so that would need immediate attention. I do have the dates here. The deadline to call for the special election would be August 17th, with the filing period being extended up to August 20th. Filing period, I'm sorry. So it does cut it short, and those were the questions that us as staff were evaluating. Is it too of a short term for somebody to campaign for the voters to decide? But of course, at the end of the
So
day,
they would have to file between the 17th and the 20th?
That's correct, yes.
And then when would the election be?
November 3rd.
November 3rd.
So then they would so they would finish out through May the 27th, and then they would continue on for the 4-year term, correct? Or is it just until May 27th?
Depending on your direction and the ballot wording. Is that correct, Resin?
So based on language in the election code, you can fill both the full term and the unexpired term simultaneously. If you were to order a special election, it would be called for the full term, but upon satisfying, qualifying for the office, that they could then be qualified to fill the unexpired term as well. So option 3 kind of gives, I think, it was intended as the best of both worlds option, but it may honestly pale in comparison to the first two as far as efficiency and what seems to be in alignment with a regular election schedule. For option 1, obviously, if you appoint somebody, they could serve, or they would serve until the May 2027 general election, where the spot and the term would have naturally ended and been up for election anyway.
Okay, so
Under option, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, because I have a question on number 1, but go ahead.
Yeah, under option 2, you could call for the special election, and given the timelines for when the first day to call the election and when the first day to file for place on the ballot, you would still have it aligned with the timeline to call on the authorized uniform date, which would be November 3rd of this year. And then with that, one thing that I've explained to the staff is that, again, you could fill the unexpired term as well as the full term that's coming up in May 2027. Now, given that you would still need to call a general election in May, it doesn't really, provide you any cost benefit, but it at least settles that question as far as a council member being installed into that position.
Because that position was up to May anyway. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so.
So your question on option 1?
So if we want to go with appointing somebody, how do we proceed?
Yes. So that
Yes,
is what.
go with the process. Go ahead.
So that was up for discussion as well, and that would be on direction of the city council. Is this name going to be brought up today for consideration? Would you like for some kind of advertisement to go? Our city charter is not definite in stating how the process should go when appointing. Is that correct, Resin?
Yes, and how I've seen it work in other cities where it's not specific on the process for appointment. You could take nominations from each of the city council members now. You could provide interviews for the position so you can get a sense of who you're installing or appointing to the council member seat. And I think some version of both of those would be appropriate, to have a nomination list and then to go through and have somewhat of an informal interview process to understand who they are, what their commitments are to the community, and to get a sense of how they'll interact on the board. And then from there, you could go forward with an ordinance that would appoint them to that spot until the May 2027 election.
And then would they automatically be on but they would have to file to run for that seat in May?
Yes, they would be
Regardless
entitled
of-
to the
yeah.
seat. They would have to go through the regular process, but as anybody else would that wants to become a candidate for that election or for that seat.
So either option, they would have to run again in May anyway. If we did option 1 or 2.
Yes, for the appointment.
Okay.
But if you call for a special election, like I said, you could fill it for the full term and the unexpired term that is between here and May.
But in May, anybody else could run for that seat and unseat them, right? No?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said if anybody, because that seat expires in May anyway, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So could anybody else file to run?
She's talking about the
Well,
current seat one, speaking
It
on.
would depend on how you would call the special
Okay.
election. You
Okay.
can call
How
the
it's
special
worded.
election just to fill the seat up until May 2027, and then that would cause that election to happen again for that seat. Or as the election code states, you can call for the full term to be filled with this special election, and because they would be qualified and elected by the body, the citizens, they would automatically qualify for the unexpired term.
I got it.
So if that were the case, then that seat would not appear on the May 2027 election. It would just be the other remaining vacancies that would be turned out.
But Kelly's back here, our election coordinator's back here shaking her head for something, so.
My name is Kelly, I'm the election administrator, and I don't mean to overstep on council, but the code that he's referring to as far as filling an unexpired term and a full term simultaneously is referring to a code that specifically refers to state and county officers. So, for example, the county commissioner precinct 4 is unexpired, right? So when they get elected in November and we canvass in November, that person takes effect immediately to fill the unexpired terms plus the 4 years after the fact. If you appoint first of all, your charter says within a year, if it's within that 12-month period before your general election in May, you shall appoint. You shall appoint someone to fill this vacancy or leave it until May of 2027. That's what your charter says. So you shall appoint, and I spoke with the Secretary of State to confirm, to make sure that you guys could not appoint somebody for 4 years plus 6 months, just to make sure that I was understanding what I was looking at was correct. And the Secretary of State said if that were the case, everybody would be resigning halfway through their term, so they wouldn't have to go through an election. So item 1 and item 2 are correct, where if you appoint somebody, they're gonna be on the May election. If you and from what I talked to, when I talked to the Secretary of State, according to your charter, unless you guys want to rewrite your charter, they said you better have a pretty good reason why you can't appoint somebody. The way the county has done that in the past is they put an ad in the newspaper and they basically drew straws. But that person, and yes, that person will have to run in May, and anyone can run who's qualified can run in May. So.
Yep.
Is that Kelly Tucken?
Yes.
Yes, so I just wanted to be sure that you guys are not having a really super expensive popularity contest. Because if you don't follow your charter and you don't follow the election code as written for state and county officers and for political subdivisions, which are two separate things. Our laws are different compared to your laws. And your laws, because you're a home rule city, you have to follow your charter. And unless you're gonna rewrite your charter, you have to appoint. And if you choose not to appoint, it says it in your charter, if you choose not to appoint, as long as you have a quorum, you can wait until your next general election, which is May 27th. So.
Yeah,
That's all I
have a question for the attorney. Yes, sir. You know, we're pushing this charter. We have to go by the charter. Charters can be amended. And today I speak in favor of holding a special election to fill this vacancy rather than just appointing somebody to the position, especially with everything that's been going on. This decision is about a democratic representation. The seat that is now vacant, it doesn't belong to the council. It belongs to the people. And these voters entrusted someone with that position, and when that position becomes vacant, the most direct and legitimate way to restore representation is allow the voters themselves to choose a replacement. I hear that where a charter says this, charter says that, yeah, I get that, but while appointments may be faster and less expensive, fit into, we also need to look at the things that we're putting this in the hands of a smaller number of individuals. And a special election places the decision where it belongs, once again, in the hands of the community. And some of you may argue that it's costly, but at what cost? You know, democracy has a cost, and an investment in public trust as well. And the financial expense of an election should not be weighed against the value of the residents having a voice in selecting the representatives. And right now, this councilman has an opportunity to demonstrate its commitment to representative government. And if we continue appointing people instead of choosing a special election, we're sending a message that the voices of the people don't matter here. So I don't care what the charter says. We can change the charter. But for so long, we've always appointed people without the people having a voice. And I think it is time that we start to look at amending our charter, especially with everything that's going on with transparency and accountability.
Well, but we have to go.
Just in that vein, just responding to the questions or the statements put forward, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Councilman Carrasco. I point to two provisions mainly. First, starting with the Code of Ordinances, Section 3.01, that says the council may, by appropriate ordinance or resolution, order special elections, fix the dates, and give notice of same, and provide all means for holding such special elections, as long as special elections are not scheduled in violation of state election law. That's the one point of power and authority that gives you the ability to call a special election in this instance. The other provision that I point to is also in the Texas Constitution, which starts with Article 11, Section 11. And if you look at subsection C, that any vacancy or vacancies occurring on such governing body, and referring to a body that has more than 2-year terms as their elected officials, such governing body shall not be filled by appointment, but must be filled by majority vote of qualified voters at a special election called for such purpose within 120 days after such vacancy or vacancies occur, except that in the case the municipality may provide by charter, a charter amendment, the procedure for filling a vacancy occurring on its governing body for an unexpired term of 12 months or less. In this case, you can harmonize what's in the charter with what's in the Texas Constitution and what is also in the Code of Ordinances. This is a special situation because only 12 or less than 12 months exist. Had it not been 12 months, had there been more than 12 months that was still unexpired on its terms, you would have no ability to go and appoint somebody. You would have to call a special election. In this situation, I think you have squarely in front of you the option to, like you said, either appoint or to call a special election for that. Basically, the direction, if you do want to call the special election to the staff, will need to be, okay, is this an election just to fill it for this unexpired term between the November and May period, or is it an election to fill the full term, and upon qualification of election, that person would then be qualified to fill the unexpired term. So I understand the election coordinator's concerns. I respectfully disagree with the ability to call a special election, because I think that's the purpose and intent of those provisions that I quoted to you.
So what is our charter? The charter was given to us or by the elected body of the town of Pecos City. And now we're going to supersede that? Can we do that?
We're bound by the charter and bound by.
We have to abide by the charter. It's like when we proposed an increase of salary or stipend for the council, it went before the voting public because it was part of the charter.
We could have changed the charter, but that's not, I'm not gonna get into
We
that.
have to go with our charter
Yeah,
as it
we
is
can't
stated
change it
now.
to suit the situation for us.
And to your point, Councilman Carrasco, I'd like to see a vote. You know, we have that option here with these three
You'd like
options.
to see a what?
A vote.
A vote from the public. Whatever the public said. We have that option here, or no. No, the charter simply states we have to appoint.
We have to appoint somebody and then they For the
Yes.
unexpired term and then,
And then re-elect again.
Yes.
okay.
And again, that was my initial thought and research. And again, I consulted with our legal counsel, and that is, these options were provided through our legal counsel. So,
We have too many, one this, one that, but we gotta go by the charter. It's my opinion.
Okay, so I've got the charter in front of us, and it says vacancies in the council arising from any cause shall be filled by a majority vote of the remaining members for the unexpired term or until the next city election, and provided the successor shall pose all qualifications required for the office.
that's
So as
correct.
long as they qualify, then according to this, we shall appoint
That is correct.
until the election.
Yes, that is an option, yes.
Election on November 3rd.
No, May
So we
2027
appoint
election.
somebody for that all the way to May,
Yes, sir.
to May.
Correct, for the unexpired term. Councilmember Saldana was up for re-election,
Yeah.
May of 2027. So this would be to fill the unexpired term up until May of 27.
This, it talks about a special election. How does that fit
Yes.
in?
It does it according to this.
So to our city charter, and again, that's where I shared that I deferred over to legal counsel. Legal counsel, being resident, did share, we have the authority under Texas election code and the Texas Constitution to be able to call for that special election.
But according to
Kelly?
Ms. Navin,
Mhm.
that only applies for county commissioners. That stipulation
state.
above.
Not our
City charter. City charter.
I think the confusion is that you have a disagreement between our local elections official and our legal counsel. I believe, I just want to clarify, Resin is saying that we are allowed, that the charter does allow us under section 3.01, but our elections official is respectfully disagreeing, and so I think that that's the conundrum the council is facing.
So I think the question is if it was within the 2 years. So like if there were 2 years or longer, if it was longer than 1 year, you have 120 days to call a special election. And that 120 days does not need to be on a uniform election day. But because you're a home rule city, you have to follow your charter. And that is what the Secretary of State told me when I asked. And that is also considering that no, you cannot fill the unexpired term and the full term in one fell swoop, right? So if it was longer than the 12 months, you would have to call a special election. You have 120 days to do that, right? But because you're a home rule city and this happened within the 12 months between your general election in May and now, then you have, according to your charter, you have to follow the charter. That is what the attorneys at the Secretary of State told me. And I do not want to sit here and tell you guys to go ahead and call a special election and then the Secretary of State tell me, well, that was a very expensive popularity contest because it doesn't count, right? And it's been known to happen. So I just want to make sure that we are following the way the Secretary of State is conducting me to conduct the election. So that's all. I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. I spoke with the Secretary of State's legal counsel, and that's who governs elections. So.
Just for clarification, the special election provision that I'm referencing for the unexpired term and full term filled simultaneously, that's section 201.053 of the election code.
And 201.051, time for ordering an election for special election to fill a vacancy generally, time for ordering the election, and it's for state and county officers. So again, like with our Commissioner Precinct 4, an unexpired term, when we canvass that election in November, any unexpired term takes effect immediately. They hold the seat until January, and then they get their full term. In a regular election, they take office in January for unexpired, for full terms. It would take effect in January. But because it's an unexpired term, when we canvass in November, they take effect immediately. That is what that means. The paragraph before the other paragraph that he's referring to is for state and county officers. And I'm quoting exactly what the Secretary of State told me, because that is exactly why I called them, to make sure that you couldn't appoint for 4 years plus six months. Because if you called a special election in November, it would be 4 years plus 6 months. And I quote, they said, well, if that were the case, everybody would resign halfway through their term, so they would never have to go through an election. So,
Well, I mean, I believe everything you're saying, but at the end of the day, I understand the charter allows the council to appoint someone, but once again, I don't believe this council should exercise that authority, regardless of what the charter permits.
Then we're breaking our charter.
The charter is the authority.
Yeah, we can't.
Well, we need to,
Then you need
I mean,
to,
so the people have no say in this, the people have no representation through an election.
no, the people are the ones that are, the people are the ones that approve the charter. If we want to change that part, Councilman Carrasco, then we need to do an ordinance for the next election in May to have that part stricken and give the power to the people. It's the language of the charter.
Yeah, but we have to go by what the charter is now.
I think the attorney said.
We have a very, not to cut you off, Councilman Graham, but we have a very old charter that needs to be audited for these kind of things coming up moving forward, because this seems like this charter has not been updated in many, many years. And this is the reason that we fall into these situations to where we're taking the power away from the people, putting it in the select few that make these decisions of the representation of the overall community. So I want that taken on open record, that we need to update our charter moving forward so that we don't run into these kind of things. Because it's an embarrassment to me as a council member, an embarrassment to my constituents, to let them know that we have an outdated charter that is not a representation or even for the people, it's for the select.
Well, I think the attorney, did you say we could amend our charter?
What was the
Resident.
question? Yeah,
Yeah, you could amend the charter. That's perfectly.
but that's not gonna fill our
doable,
position.
But that would coincide with another election. You'd have to call
Yeah.
Well, I'd just like to clarify
for
on
the
the
charter,
charter
and then
amendment.
it'd be a special election,
Yeah.
whether that's
I mean, it
either
would-
in November or May.
So we cannot amend the charter. It went out for election last year. We can only do a charter election every 2 years. And so should the council choose in another item on another day to have a discussion about how to amend the charter, we can absolutely do that and start planning for that in 2028, I believe. 2027, thank you, I'm a year ahead, in 2027. But we can't do that.
But that's not
now.
gonna fix our situation.
That is
So we have to go by the charter now.
That is correct. And I would also like to clarify the reasoning behind the agenda wording. The interpretation from myself as well was following the charter. I was asked by council members to research the possibilities of going into a special election, which I did so, which was on the advice of legal counsel, which is what we came up with. So I would like to clarify, it was a request from council members as well to request the research done for a special election, which was consulted with legal.
Before I make a motion, how many days do we need to put it on the paper or something, advertising people to?
Yeah,
who want to fill the
can we
vacancy?
do it like we
So,
do for board placements?
correct, yes, that would be a suggestion. As Resin mentioned, this way he's seen it done is by nominations, which would then go into interviews, as well as advertising.
Nominate like right now?
No,
No, we have to get a,
I think we need to put it out, notice in the paper.
just like any board that we.
Yes,
have vacancies.
so that again, now it's giving the direction to either the path you would like to take was the special election or the appointing. It would direct us as staff to prepare the required documents, whether it's for appointment. We would then put it out for advertisement or ask you all to get a nomination list to be presented to the council as a whole. And of course, the special election would have been to bring back a resolution or ordinance calling the election to order. So that is what we're discussing.
I got a dumb question. What if we don't do anything?
We have to follow the
What
charter.
is-
The charter.
So
makes
vacancies are not allowed on, for the charter.
the charter does say or. It says Your charter,
It does.
section 205 or 2.005 says, any cause, it says members for the unexpired term or should remaining member, blah, 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 or until the next city general election. So as long as you have a quorum, I take that sentence to mean that you guys could leave it open like we did at the county with Commissioner Precinct 4, because that was exactly why nobody appointed that precinct commissioner, was because there was a lot of.
Well, because it's,
And on that
nobody
one, I
wants to
would
make
like
a
to-
decision, so I think we need to appoint somebody and leave it up to the people.
But just so you know, it does say or, so your charter does allow for.
I don't want to leave it open.
How many meetings are we gonna not have?
And on that one, I would like to speak because how many
Unless
meetings have we
one
had to
person-
reschedule due to no
Yeah, that's
quorum?
what-
So that
what
is
she just
something
said.
for the council to take into consideration. And again, it's back to
You know,
giving
Mayor,
back to your constituents as well as
What
staff.
concerns me, Mayor, as being the leader of our head government, is that we're allowing citizens to seek appointed seats that have to be earned. This seat is earned, it's not given. And I have had many phone calls, very interesting text messages from people who don't even know who they are, that all of a sudden want to cozy up to me because they know right now that we're under this election process from the voters, meaning that we're going to appoint a new council member. And I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Because this election process is taken away from the voters, and it's now part of private discussions and individual influence. And that really bothers me. I mean, I'm gonna listen to my constituents, but I know who's fish and who's not. I've had people reach out to me in the last month who never even talked to me a day in their life, all of a sudden cozying up to me to be considered for a city council seat. And my response to everybody that calls me is, this seat is earned, never given.
Well, okay, but we have to go by our charter that we have now, which says we either fill it or we leave it blank. We don't have an option to elect, according to our charter, that it cannot be amended until next May.
And Councilor Carrasco, if we all sit here and interview all of them, if we all sit here, we all have a say-so to the unexpired term.
Yep.
After the unexpired term, it's
They have to
open, it's
run.
open again. We're just having to fill a seat that's vacant right now, sir. I understand you're passionate about it, I do, I really do. And I do commend you for it. But that's the way the charter reads. If you want to change the charter, by all means, let's do a spearhead of what's antiquated in the charter. But we cannot arbitrarily just start changing it. It is the law.
And it has to go before the voters.
Councilman Saldana violated the law.
Yes. I would just mention, yes, the appointment power is very much appropriate. It's what's prescribed in the charter. The charter does say that it needs to happen to fill the unexpired term or until the next general city election. So, as somebody that works with election law, has given many topics and speeches at TMCA, I think it's impractical to hold the seat vacant until the next city election when you have the ability to either appoint as a charter base or do special election. Otherwise, others may disagree with me, and that's perfectly fine. But that's just the council that I'm bringing forward to you. But the number one option is the option for a reason for appointment. So I think that's appropriate.
You know, the county did the same certain thing, they did the same thing until the election came, so I'm not gonna sit here all day and argue against the charter, but I will end it with this. The power of this seat has to be entrusted with the people, not a select few.
And it's going to be up to the people,
But
but we have to follow our charter.
Okay, I'll use your term, Councilman Carrasco. We were elected by the people to do the bidding. So, in a sense, we are. Because I'm not handpicking anybody, and
We're taking nominations
we're taking nominations, and I'm not going to go out talking to people.
Me neither.
They are who they are.
So at this moment, I would like to bring the agenda back on track and maybe ask the mayor if we have a motion for the rest of the council.
Mayor, make a motion that we direct staff to send out for applicants so that we can have interviews and appoint an individual, qualified individual to fill the unexpired term of seat 1, which will go from they get elected to May of
Appointed.
2027,
When they get appointed.
when they get appointed
For the unexpired term.
for the unexpired term.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo, to direct staff to put out notices for applicants for the appointment of the unexpired term of seat 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
2 for, 2 against. And again, I will vote for the appointment, the notices. So the motion carries. That's the only way to do it.
Thank you.
And we'll go to item F11, discussion regarding the validity of any prior action taken concerning the city manager's employment status. I brought this on because it was such a big deal. And I had been advised that the employment status, as it was on the executive session, the item was only the evaluation of the city manager. There was nothing on there to vote on his contract or termination or anything like that. So I was advised that that vote was void. So that's all I have to say.
I think we need to take it to a court to decide. You do evaluation, you come up with a good evaluation, you get him a raise. You come up with a bad evaluation, you fire him. We did vote. I think it's still a legal vote. And so if we want to avoid it, let's go take it before the judge. Because I don't think just because we put evaluation there that you can void that vote.
Can we vote on something that's not on the agenda, or please clarify?
So in my opinion, that was on the agenda as city manager evaluation.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't think that was specific enough for termination under the Open Meetings Act.
And you don't play.
That's my opinion, yes, sir. And then in addition, looking at the way it's written in the minutes, it's kind of ambiguous there as well, where motion to approve, city manager step down and possibly offer a position, given 30 days to consider. It's unclear. I mean, it's on the agenda today as a separate item. If that's the council's direction, they certainly do it then and there.
How can we get in front of a district judge?
Somebody would probably have to challenge the action or what was taken, the validity of it, as a possible violation of the Open Meetings Act. Just piggybacking off of what Parker said, I think there's 2 issues with the motion that was made. The first and most obvious to me was that I think it wasn't properly posted as an action being considered outside of executive session. And that would obviously put it in jeopardy of being void anyway. The second is it conflicts with language and provisions within the contract itself on what the action was directing. So in an effort to try to give you guys the option to reassess or to bring back another motion, whether that be, like you said, raise or termination, I think we've given you the opportunity to do that under the properly posted item now. That is G2 and H2 on the agenda.
I've been in politics, I guess, quite a few years, 25, 26 years. I've done a lot of votes. I've never seen a vote being voided. It's opinions. My opinion is that it didn't meet the requirements, and it's my opinion that it did. Let me finish. And so, I'm really, every vote counts. Why are we trying to do that? Why, that's why I want to get in front of the judge and let the judge decide. I don't want to go by opinions. I want to go by, what is the law on this? And do you have any case law on this?
The contract for the city manager, 2.3, reassignment. The manager cannot be reassigned from the position of city manager to another position without the manager's prior
You
express
made the deal
intention.
for 30 days. That was not a reassignment. That was his option to take it or leave it. That we did not put the motion for him to go down and do that. It was two parts. It was two parts to that vote.
It's like the charter, we want to amend the charter, we want to omit the charter, and now we're violating open meetings act.
No, you want to change the vote. The vote was to give him, to terminate him. But you had it in there, well, maybe he wants his old job back. Let's give him 30 days to decide that. That's not a demotion.
I voted no, by the way.
Huh?
I voted against it. I made the motion, but I voted against it.
What I'm saying is, that's not a demotion that covers that, it's covered in that.
Yes.
Well, okay, so we're going to discuss this in executive session. So,
And the public doesn't need the right to know, Mayor, to discuss this in open session? I mean, at this
I agree
point,
with that.
I mean, my advice to this council moving forward is that they decide in the near future to hire a city manager. It's imperative that the contract be drafted in the favor of the city, not the manager. And, I mean, I know we could sit here and discuss this in executive session, but at this point, the community has the right to know. And it's our responsibility as elected officials not to not to delay, but I'm the one that made the motion on May 28th. And my motion was to terminate the employment of the city manager based on serious allegations of false information provided to the city council regarding the city charter. How do we look making a vote and now we're saying, oh, my vote, I want to take my vote back?
okay, but it was not on the agenda that way. The agenda was just to evaluate him. And then if you wanted to do that, you could put on the agenda, okay, the next agenda, I want to terminate his contract.
Why are you saying evaluation, termination? Okay, so we give raises in evaluation. Okay, that doesn't say anything about raises in evaluation. So we've been in violation of that, according to your
So we have
reasoning.
been.
So his contract also reads that he's supposed to get a 5% raise every 5 years. And we've been in violation of that.
Of course, that's not related to the vote.
It's related to the evaluation. And it's not stated, the evaluation.
No, it's an automatic deal.
But it's in the contract.
Evaluation saying, are you doing a good job? And so, 3 votes said no, you're not doing a good job. And so, that's why I want to look at case law. I don't think that, do you have any case law on this?
What exactly?
That we cannot fire somebody, if we just have evaluation, we cannot fire anybody without the evaluation. Do you have, there's a code, something there? Or
Yeah, I don't have
opinions?
that, off the top of my head, but what I can tell you is I could definitely find you case law where items have been voided for lack of specificity in their posting on the agenda, which is the only issue that I think I'm bringing up. What's preventing the council now from taking a similar vote to make a decision on the city manager's contract, whether it's termination or evaluation? I think it would be proper under the posting that it has today.
I agree
So we're
with
not
that.
trying to
I
take
agree
any
with
power
that.
away from you.
It's not that. It's the principle of somebody coming in and trying to void it. I didn't know about this. Nobody came to me and talked to me saying, hey, we're going to void this vote. I found out about it, coming to the council.
Today also.
Huh?
I was not aware of this because you're not dealing with it.
So I didn't get any kind of notification that we're going to void this, and I want to know who's responsible for that. Who came in and decided we're going to void this vote? Was that you, Resin, or?
No, I think we talked about it in the executive the last time I was a part of the council meeting, and that was in my first council meeting here with the city. And I mentioned then that I believe the action that was taken conflicted those two legal principles. One, the contract itself and it acting as a demotion.
Okay, then I'll ask my
And then
question.
two, it not being properly posted.
Then I'll
to
ask the
take
question
action
again.
On that item.
Who was responsible for voiding this vote? And saying, hey, we're not going, because, you know, I kept saying, you know, after the 30 days, I said, well, he's still here. Why is he still here?
Well, I questioned it because it wasn't an item. It wasn't listed. I mean, we have gotten where in executive session, we list general topics. And it was found out that we've gotten in trouble that way because we need to be specific. So that was a general evaluation. That was it.
Again, I'll ask the question, who was responsible for voiding this? Who was responsible for going against the will of the council? Why did this happen? Did you talk, you know, Maldonado, or was it, who was it?
When we were in executive session, it was brought up, Randy, and it was said that that motion was void due to a violation of my contract and that it wasn't properly posted. It was not me that is doing that, as you're alleging right now. It was the attorneys that gave us the advice. It is not my
I asked
job.
him to get a written deal for me, and I didn't get it. You know, to stack, you know, where are you coming up with this?
I'm not coming up with anything.
No,
I didn't
I'm
come
talking
up
about
with
him.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I didn't come up and make that motion.
I mean, they have to, that's
Okay.
good that they brought it up because, so that we know for the future that we have to come out of executive and stick and follow the rules of the Open Meetings Act. I don't think there's a problem with that. I think it's.
Because it's on our agenda tonight to discuss his contract.
I get that. But what I get is there's a principle involved here. Like I said, I've been in here before. I've never seen a voided vote before.
Just
And
Probably
and I've had votes
they
there
follow- they
that I
follow
totally,
the rules of the Open Meetings Act.
totally disagreed with, but I went with them because it was the majority.
I don't think it's about anybody agreeing or disagreeing, it's just about the legality of following the rules of the Open Meetings
Okay,
Act and
because the
coming out of
legality-
executive. And I don't think anybody, it's not about the decision it's about how we can follow the guidelines and the posting and do it the right way.
Show me the proof. You said legality, show me the proof.
The attorney's telling us.
I've asked him for the proof. I asked him to
He's
write
giving
me
us,
something.
he hasn't
I never
written
got
anything
it.
else, he's
I
giving
never
us
got
his
it.
vocal
Can you
legal
write something
opinion.
to give us proof that this is illegal? President?
I can provide you, like I said, some case laws on specificity of agenda language. I doubt you're going to find something that says a city manager contract termination is void. But what you will find is that when there's a lack of specificity in the language and the action that's being taken on an item, those are subject to being voided. If you look at your agenda now, every item before the executive session has voted, discussed,
Well, then you're
considered,
just dragging it out.
some action term.
It's the principle.
The principle is that us as council, we still have to follow the rules of the Open Meetings Act. We just come out,
There's
oh,
not.
I'm the king, I'm the council, follow the rules. That's crap.
Parker, how many times have you steered us back into the conversation?
Jeez.
Because
It's like-
we go off the tangent.
I tried to.
And you do quite a bit of times because we veer off the agenda. Why?
Try and keep it in conformance with the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you.
And for the record, you could make that motion given the posting tonight. It would be appropriate. I wouldn't have any issues with it. I don't think anybody else would have any issues with it.
Because it's on our agenda that way.
Yeah. Mayor, can we go into executive session?
Yes, sir. Okay, we are gonna go into executive.
We gotta wait a minute.
Can you, wait a second, you can call for a recess,
Oh.
there's no longer a quorum on the
Okay.
dais.
I'll wait till Valerie gets back.
No, there's a.
Ms. Barini, you're going to connect me to executive session?
She's not there right now.
Yeah, but we will,
But they will.
we will.
will you have a Teams meeting link for that, or will that be
Will it
bringing
be-
me on
It'll be the
via
same.
phone?
It'll be the same. Wendy said it'll be the same.
Yes, so just don't
Okay.
disconnect and I can go ahead and remain on this Teams meeting.
Yeah, she'll
Just
just,
remain on the meeting.
she'll just connect y'all in there. So she said
Okay.
just stay online.
Okay.
My hands are full.
I'm shaking.
It's nerves. Okay, at this time, we're gonna go into executive session under Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real estate, 551.074, personnel issues, and 551.087, economic development, and it is 7:53 PM. We are back in open session, and it is 9:28 p.m. Is there anything from executive session that needs to be brought to open session?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to exercise section 6.3 of the city manager's contract, unilateral severance, effective to 11/27/26. Effective immediately, he will train all his city equipment. He will be able to stay at the apartment for the 120 days or sooner, as he sees fit. Chief, can you give Mr. Lino a ride home, please, ma'am? Need a second?
I'll second. You mentioned the leave.
Yes. Administrative leave.
Administrative leave, effective immediately.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Carrasco, for us to exercise the unilateral severance effective November 27th and put Mr. Lino on administrative leave immediately. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Anything else from executive session? We'll go on to items to discuss at our next city council meeting. I think council.
F1 and F2.
Okay.
F2 is for the second reading.
Oh, the
F1
second
is
reading, yes. And Councilman Carrasco, do you want to bring up the charter, or you want to wait and let everybody review?
I like to wait and review, get better clarification from our legal and also input from our city leadership.
Okay.
There was also the considered amendment of EDC bylaws.
Oh, yes.
The last two items in executive session also.
Yeah, and then we didn't discuss the last two items in executive session, so we can bring those back next week or next time.
I'd like just an update next meeting on the land. There's been some progress made or something.
That was in our executive sessions. That was in our executive session. I thought of something and I lost it. Oh, for our August 6th meeting, can you put on there that we will consider an interim city manager along with our tax rate sheet? Anything else? Anything else? Okay, then we are adjourned and it is 9:32. Bye.